Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Chicago Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN TV is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Let's get the Nationals starting lineup against left-hander Travis Wood. Bryce Harper in center. Anthony Rendon is at short. Some back issues popped up yesterday for Ian Desmond. Ryan Zimmerman's at third. Jason Worth in right. Wilson Ramos, the catcher, will hit fifth. Tyler Moore is at first for Adam LaRoche. Scott Harrison gets a start in left after hitting the game-winning home run last night. Steve Lombardozzi's at second, and Steven Strasburg, the pitcher, will hit ninth.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively. It's brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Junior Lake's in center. He's got Bogusevic on one side, Shearholtz on the other. Murphy, Castro, Barney, Rizzo third to first. Deanna Navarro behind the plate this afternoon, catching left-hander Travis Wood. He was 7-10 with a 3.13 earned run average, making his 26th starts. First ever against the Washington Nationals.
The umpires for today, that's Tim Timmons, the man with the mask on. Laz Diaz at first, Bill Miller at second, and Mike Winters, the crew chief, over at third. Rain delay will end up lasting right about 2 hours on the button, but we really can't complain in terms of the weather. One of the best homestands weather-wise we've seen in recent memory. It was fantastic all of last week, warmed up this week, and first sight of rain today.
Yeah, now that it's cleared, it's a beautiful day to play. We initially thought it was going to be smoking hot and muggy out here, but very comfortable now. The wind has turned around a little bit. Blowing out hard last night. Doesn't appear to be the case here this afternoon.
So Travis Wood facing the Nationals for the first time in his career, believe it or not. Just hadn't lined up prior to today. Already 3 finals from around baseball in Eastern time zone action. We'll get you all those tallies here coming up. We are underway. Ball one from Wood to Harper. So in this series, the Cubs have had a couple of left-handed starters, and in those games, Bryce Harper has been the leadoff man. Yeah, Davey Johnson.
The other left-handed bats go to the bench. LaRoche and Span, who have been everyday players, not against the lefties.
That rain delay exactly 2 hours. Popped into left. That's Brian Bogusevic. And he makes a catch for out number one.
See?
Would you believe it?
How about that?
69 degrees. And it is a north wind.
It's pretty rare, isn't it? The north wind?
Yes. Anthony Rendon.
Cubs are 3-1 this year when there's a north wind.
Technically blowing in. The 1-0. Junior Lake in center makes a catch. Rendon lines out.
Well struck. Love
to hear from you via email. LennonJD@Tribune.com. You can find us on Facebook and Twitter as well. Ryan Zimmerman, the third baseman.
I think Advantage Wood, first ever start against this club. They haven't faced him, don't know much about him. Obviously, they've seen scouting reports, watched a lot of video.
That ball hit out in the deep right center. Gone. A home run for Ryan Zimmerman. Nice grab by that young fan in the front row. And an early 1-0 Nationals lead, is 15th of the season.
We talked about it all series with Ryan Zimmerman. He has very good power to center field the other way, covers the outside part of the plate very well. You might not think so because he starts so far off the plate, but he dives in to cover that outside edge and drives the ball to right center field. His 15th, 14th allowed by Travis Wood. That is just the fourth first inning run that Travis Wood has allowed this year. Been really good. Well, he's been really good in so many ways this year, but he's been outstanding early in games.
So the Nationals strike first. They scored 11 times last night. That guy hit a 3-run homer, Jason Worth. He's got 21 hits over his last 13 games. And he takes a strike. Travel day for both teams. The Cubs will fly to San Diego. The Nationals are off to Kansas City. The left-hander coming back on a 1-1. It's a strike, 1-2. Is this the last time we'll see Davey Johnson at Wrigley Field as a manager? He's had quite a run. 2-2.
Run that is expected to end. That was the plan. Davey would move into more of a front office consulting role after this year. Very disappointing year, and I suspect, given the option, he would say, let's rethink that and take another crack at it.
Full count on the patient Jason Worth.
It's been World Series or bust for the Nationals. That was the motto from Davey Johnson at the start of spring training. It just has not really panned out for them. Big Elsie the Cow fan here in attendance. Rocking the cow hat. You got to love it.
Payoff delivery, ball 4. Travis with a first half ERA of 2.79, 6 starts since 4.29. This is his career high, tying 26th start, already a career high in innings pitched. Came in at over 158 on the year.
And he went by that in his last start. Not a bad idea to pitch carefully to Worth.
Castro will get it to Barney. Ramos grounds into a fielder's choice. Zimmerman with the homer. It's the Nationals 1 and the Cubs coming up. League with 138 homers, 9 in the first 3 games of this series. Top 2 spots, the same as last night, Castro and Rizzo. Deanna Navarro's going to hit third. Nate Scherholtz in right will clean up. Junior Lake playing center, batting fifth. Donnie Murphy, best player ever, at third. Brian Bogusevic in left. Darwin Barney and Travis Wood rounded out.
Who's where for the Nats this afternoon? Harper gets a start in center the 5th time that has been the case. Hairston draws the left field assignment this afternoon. Worth's in right. Zimmerman Rendon at shortstop. That's his 2nd start at short this year. Lombardozzi's the second baseman. Tyler Moore at first. Wilson Ramos behind the plate. For the big right-hander, Steven Strasburg, 6'4", 220. 6-9 despite a 2.93 ERA. Among the league leaders in many categories, including whip and opponent's batting average. High octane fastball, 95 miles an hour plus on average. Good sharp curveball and power sinking changeup. One start in his career at Wrigley Field. It was opening day last year, and he was really good. 7 innings, allowed 1 run.
Castro swings and misses. By the way, the Cubs batting order brought to you again by Toyota. Let's go places. If you just look at the wins and losses, you'd say, well, Strasburg's been pretty bad. 6-9, but his ERA is better, meaning lower than it was last year. His whip is lower. Hits per 9 lower. Home run rate about the same. Walks per 9 the same.
This offense has really struggled to score runs, and so it's been tough for him to win games. Same story that Travis Wood could tell.
Strikeout rate down just a little bit. 30% last year. 26 this season. Swing and a miss. He gets Castro on a breaking ball. Time now for Xfinity Home from Comcast. Strasburg, huge differences in terms of his success at home and his failure on the road so far this season. Get peace of mind with Xfinity Home, the total home security and home control solution that keeps you more connected to what matters most. Also consider Andrew Kashner and Eric Stoltz have been so good. Their home ballpark in San Diego, they will both pitch against the Cubs this weekend.
Yeah, so they catch Strasburg on the road, and he has the biggest differential in all of baseball. But Kashner and Stoltz, and you would expect those ERAs to be better at home. They're all good pitchers' parks, but significant. The big spread for Strasburg is somewhat surprising, and skewed a little bit by a couple really disastrous road starts. One in particular in Miami right before the All-Star break. He allowed 7 runs in 2 innings.
Swing and a miss.
It's off to a pretty good start here today.
I'd say so. Back-to-back Ks to start it.
There's no hump in that curveball. It's on plane and then it disappears. Sometimes the hitters will tell you they can recognize that breaking ball because it'll come out of the pitcher's hands and it'll look like it has a little hump in it. It'll go up before the downward action. That one, not so much.
Well, I think he's answered the question after the 3 consecutive wild pitches before he got ejected in Atlanta on Saturday. Said he just didn't feel very good on the mound that inning, but he looks like he feels very good today. 2 starts, just total opposite. Complete game shutout against the Phillies and then ejected after 22 pitches in his last outing.
In Atlanta against the Braves have been taking shots at Harper, and he hit Upton earlier in the ball game and then went after Simmons. Again, their story, the Nationals are saying no, wasn't trying to hit Simmons. He just kind of quote unquote lost it. Looked to me like he was trying to hit him. Dial it up today, boys. Come on, Dad. Let me just clean this up for you, son, so it doesn't drip down the side of the helmet.
My goodness. Is he on our crew? Not eating like he is.
Still more, Dad. You better have a couple bites from that other side. That kid is going to jump here in a minute.
Off the end of the bat, out in the shallow right center. Lombardozzi gives chase, can't get it. It's a 2-out single for Navarro.
Take him any way you can against a guy like Steven Strasburg. No shame in dropping a blooper into shallow right field.
Okay,
At
now
long
you
last.
can have it.
Now, Mom's over there going, wait, my turn. Don't get cheated, young man. It's probably his third one because of the rain delay.
Double dipping.
Opie Taylor working, doesn't he? Hey, Paul, let's go to the fishing hole after the game.
Hey, yeah, we got you on TV eating your kids' ice cream. Really? Oh, man.
See if we can communicate. Whoever's on the phone with them, tell Opie to wave.
Where's Alan Funt? One and two to Sherholtz. What a series for him. 6 hits, 2 homers, a double, 6 RBIs. One, two on the way. Hit foul.
Strasburg 15-6 last year, made 28 starts. You'll remember he was shut down because of the innings load coming off of surgery. They wanted to be very careful with him, despite the fact that they were headed to the postseason. He threw 159 in the third innings of 28 starts last year, pitched to a 3.16 ERA, struck out 197.
On the ground, Rendon will head to second, and that's the inning. 1-0 Washington, and ice cream for everybody today.
man there, Dale Swaim. Log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you're watching from home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape. Pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more.
Here's Tyler Moore playing first. Will be followed by Scott Hairston and Steve Lombardozzi. And a strike at the knees. Ryan Zimmerman with a homer in the first. Out in the left center for a base hit. Might be more than one. Job by Lake to get it back in quickly.
That keeps a double play in order. Bid for extra bases. Yeah, real nice play. And again, the speed pays off. This ball headed toward the gap. Bogusevic had a long way to go. He didn't have the angle. He couldn't get it, but Lake hustling over to back him up. On it in a hurry and holds more to the single.
Now Hairston, his pinch hit 3-run homer won the game last night in the 7th inning. It was his first homer and his first 3 RBIs as a national, coming in his 20th game and 38th plate appearance since he was acquired from the Cubs in early July. One ball, one strike. 9 of his 25 hits this year have been homers, and 5 of those 9 home runs have come against former teams of Hairston's.
I believe all but one of them in this ballpark. If he were so inclined, and he's not, he's got a huge hole on the right side. He's a dead pull hitter.
What a week for David DeJesus. He gets traded on Monday before the game, and now there are reports that he has been claimed on waivers by another team, and there are other reports that it's the Tampa Bay Rays. But for now, he remains a National. David's trying to probably figure out a way to
spend as much time in Chicago as possible. Yeah,
the Rangers are playing the White Sox this weekend, so he could stay in his own bed for the rest of the weekend if that were to happen. I think he just wants to know, where am I going to be? Is it going to be Washington? Is it going to be somewhere else?
ESPN is reporting that the Rays have already acquired him.
Well, that would be news to him at the moment. Called strike 3. No argument from Hairston. Wood gets his first strikeout.
There's that backdoor cutter that has been so effective for him this year. The cutter in's always been a weapon for him. Now he's been able to throw it to the back door on the right-handed hitters. Freezes Hairston, gets a big punch out.
He was switch hitting Steve Lombardozzi. And a strike on the inside edge. Right field in trouble, and it's a fair ball. Sherholtz will pick it up. Moore held at third. It's a double for Lombardozzi. Second and third with only one out, and it's the pitcher Strasburg coming up.
Didn't exactly knock the cover off that ball, but he hit it in a good spot. National setup shop here. Pitch down and away. Good pitch. Bad result from Travis Wood's point of view. Lombardozzi flips it down the right field line, and a couple men in scoring position for Strasburg, who is a good hitter, a very good athlete. He won the Silver Slugger last year. He's the best hitting pitcher in the National League.
At a 759 OPS. It's been a struggle this year. Infield in. And outside for ball one. So Strasburg, the first overall pick out of San Diego State in 09. He ended up signing on August 16th, 77 seconds before the deadline. That's about as late as it can get.
Good thing he didn't have one more syllable in his name. I got it in time. Good thing it's not William Van Landingham. With the infield in, the Cubs outfield cheats in as well. They want to take away that little bloop single that would drive in too. They're willing to risk Strasburg driving it over their heads. He's capable, but less likely to do that. Nationals with a one-run lead already with a pitcher like Strasburg on the mound. If you're Dale Swaim, you do everything you can to cut off that second run. No, there's two men in scoring position. He's got the infield in.
Wood set at the belt. Here comes the 1-2. Strasburg able to foul it off.
With that outfield drawn in the way they are to a sharp single, they might have a shot at Lombardozzi, the back runner at the plate. But with the infield in, he's allowed to get a very aggressive secondary lead. Game of compromise. Take something away, you have to give something up. Got to give her some airtime too. Take care of sister.
The 2-2. We'll do it again. We're off to Strasburg's hometown for the weekend after this one. And a base hit. Moore will score. Lombardozzi stops at third. Strasburg with his second RBI of the season. And it's 2-0.
Trying to crowd him with a cutter, and Strasburg able to get enough of it. Find some room between that drawn in infield and outfield. Lombardozzi had to hesitate a little bit, not sure that the ball would not be caught. So you can't score him.
First and third for Harper, who hits it foul into the upper deck.
As a team, the Nationals hitting just .227 against left-handed pitching. That's worse than the league.
Harper, the first pick in the 2010 draft. How many guys bat back-to-back in the order who were consecutive #1 overall picks?
Yeah, and they do. They have a lot of high ceiling talent on this club. You know, Ryan Zimmerman was a first-round pick. Rendon a couple of years ago was their #6 pick in the nation. Their first.
Got a shot. Boy, good throw. They might have had him. DeHonor knows it.
This is a good play by design, playing off the line. So Lombardozzi taking some liberties coming down the line. Donnie Murphy, with that pitch being delivered, breaks in to sneak in behind him.
Two and two, the count on Harper. It's full. The ball trickles away. Strasburg holding it first. We think of Harper as an outfielder, but he spent a lot of time catching in high school and college. Strasburg not running, and that's inside, ball 4 to load the bases. MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At bat delivers Cubs baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details. One and 0 to Rendon. Back in our normal spot, directly behind home plate. After spending last night out in the Budweiser patio, we picked the right night to be out there and the right day to be in here with all the rain. 1-1.
Good advanced scouting.
Low and inside, 2-1. Big spot here for Wood, already trailing Strasburg 2-0. Bases loaded, 1 out, and the guy who homered off him in the first inning is on deck.
Rendon, a young hitter, but a very polished professional hitter. It's a good idea of the strike zone. Went out of it that time, however.
Here's a 2-2.
Ooh,
close, didn't get it. It's full.
Was it in?
Could have been a strike.
Yeah, could have been.
According to Tim Timmons. 3-2. High fly to center. Lombardozzi ready to tag. Not that deep. Here he comes. Safe. Sac fly. Anthony Rendon, 3-0.
Junior had a little difficulty getting the ball out of his glove, and it cost him. Might have had a shot at him. It was not deep at all. You see the hesitation there. Caught that ball with one hand. Ideally, an outfielder would like to catch that ball with his throwing hand up close to his glove to minimize the amount of time it takes to make that transfer. That's 1, and 2, again, the little mishandle trying to get it out.
First and second. Here's Zimmerman. An opposite field blast in the first. On the outside corner. Big win for the Reds today. 2-1 over the Diamondbacks. Winning run scored on a wild pitch in the 8th inning. So the Reds take 3 out of 4 and have a 7-game lead over Arizona for the second wild card spot. Castro will throw to first to end the inning. Nationals get 2 runs, leave 2, and lead 3-0 early. And good news, Luis Valbuena, Ryan Sweeney heading off to Mesa to continue their rehab. Valbuena will start coach's BP on Saturday. Sweeney will be playing in Arizona League games starting on Saturday as well. And Scott Baker will start for Single A Kane County tomorrow. Injury report sponsored by Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, IBJI, helping you move better so you can live better. Visit IBJI.com. Strasburg with an RBI single, helping his own cause, and has a 3-0 lead.
Well, here's a little bit of a daunting factoid for Cub fans. In 31 career starts, when provided with 3 or more runs of offensive support, he's 22-2. Nationals are 27-4 in those 31 ball games. They're not giving him any more.
Lake batting 5th. He hit 3rd last night. '96 and on the corner. Opponent's OPS under 600 against Strasburg. That's 5th best in the National League. He gives up a .312 slugging percentage. Under 7 hits per 9 innings.
Yeah, and for a big guy who's overpowering, he has tremendous command. A lot of times you talk about curveball pitchers, a tougher pitch to command than the slider. A lot of guys will give up on their curveball and go to the slider because it's a little tighter, a little easier to control, but typically has really good command of his breaking ball. According to Fangraphs, only Matt Harvey has a higher average velocity than Strasburg. Harvey at 95.8, Strasburg 95.4.
Ball 4. Lake leads off the inning with a walk. Are Samardzija and Jackson in the top 10?
Jeff is number 5.
Okay.
Edwin is number 15. This is among all major league pitchers. Hard Throwers Club: Harvey, Strasburg, Fernandez, Peralta of Milwaukee, Samardzija, Cashner, Bailey, Jordan Zimmerman, who we saw in the opener, Shelby Miller, and Derek Hall in the top 10. All actually tied with David Price.
Donnie Ballgame takes a strike. 6 hits, 3 homers in this series. We're going to have to start calling him Murph.
Murph. D. Murph. Likes the fastball, but yeah, it's a different animal when it's Strasburg on the hill.
Go to first, Lake back. Well, that was a knee buckler. You could see Murphy kind of wobble there and tried to hang in. Took it for a called third.
Just so difficult to recognize that pitch. He's getting his curveball over. Hang with him.
Now faces Bogusevic. Fly ball well hit, but lots of room for Bryce Harper. 2 away.
Treat your guests to an awesome view of Wrigley Field from the Budweiser Bleacher Suite. The Bleacher Suite features a sports bar atmosphere with new TVs, high-top tables, and windows that open to give you the atmosphere of the bleachers in your own private room. The suite can hold up to 100, includes food, drinks, and parking. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-4200.
Darwin Barney in the 8th spot. 2 outs, 1 on. Outside for a ball. Mentioned Javier Baez in his big game last night at AA Tennessee on the leadoff man. Congratulations to his manager, Buddy Bailey. He got career win number 1,700. And the Smokies have an 8-game lead in their division. You think Baez has helped them a little bit? They finished a game under 500 in the first half. They're 36-22 in the second.
Can you be MVP of 2 leagues in the same year?
You probably can.
Might give it a run. Speaking of give it a run, wouldn't be a bad idea for Lake to try to steal a bag here.
I might say his fastball hasn't been his best pitch today. I think it's been the curveball. That's saying something when the guy's painting a 96.
Well, yeah, and then one compliments the other. Yeah, when you have to respect 96, you pretty much have to be, disregard the curveball as much as possible. When he's throwing it over, it's basically a free strike for him. And it's the kind of pitch, even if you're looking for it, doesn't mean you're going to do a whole lot with it.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 4 punch outs in the first 2 innings for Strasburg. 3-zip Nationals.
Recognize Smith Motors of Hammond for their support of the Hessville Little League. Smith Motors of Hammond and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevrolet dealers are supporting over 30,000 young ball players, just like that young man right there, in their communities through the Chevy Youth Baseball Program. Since 2010, the Chicago area Chevy dealers have been providing these local youth leagues, equipment kits, instructional clinics, and much needed financial support. So once again, from the big leagues to the youth leagues, Chevy is truly the official vehicle of baseball. Young Javier Baez. Ooh, look at that guy.
Yeah, very nice.
Ooh, they're matching.
Wow. Wearing birthday cakes.
That's a team.
Speaking of birthdays, happy 84th to the First Lady of Chicago baseball, Dutchie Carey. Enjoying Cubs baseball here today. It's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Also, Joe Stakowicz, chairman of the Knights of Columbus. Ranger, Indiana here with 57 members of the KFC. Joe turning 92 and has been in charge of the group for 14 years. Good to have them here.
To wear the big plumes, the feathers with the swords and the whole deal.
Woods 1-2 is outside. Hard to get Worth to chase too many bad pitches. Been down in the count. It's been a theme here lately in talking about the Cubs with runners in scoring position, about Starlin Castro. Dale talks about heart rate as Worth swings at pitch that was up a little bit and strikes out. Guys, anxiety levels seem to increase when they get to 2 strikes, but certain guys it doesn't.
Certain guys who have outstanding strike zone judgment are willing to adjust their approach, and frankly, guys who aren't afraid of striking out. Work a deep count in hopes of getting a pitch you can drive. Sometimes you put yourself in jeopardy of being in a pitcher's count. Conversation we had the other day with FP Santangelo, who's next door doing a Nationals television. FP said when he was playing, he would sometimes intentionally take a 1-1 pitch, just take it, hoping that he would get into that hitter's count. But he said, I had enough confidence in myself with 2 strikes that I'd be able to hang in there.
On the ground to Murphy. 2 away. Come on out to Wrigley Sunday, September 1st. Watch the Cubs take on the Phillies at 1:20. The first 5,000 kids 13 and younger will receive a Cubs die-cast car, compliments of Toyota. Then after the game, the first 1,000 children can run the bases. For more info or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Moore with a single and a run in the second. Came back from the minors on Saturday, 3rd time on the roster this year. He was on their opening day's roster.
Rain delay got her.
Good location. 1-2. Travis needs a 1-2-3 here in the first, or in the third rather, after laboring in the second. In that Reds win, Matt Latos improved to 13-4. He went 8 innings. The Reds beat the Diamondbacks 2-1. On 2 bounces, Castro will charge. Not a good throw. Rizzo can't handle it, and that snaps Castro's career best 29 consecutive game streak without an error.
We talked about that little double pump he does, that tap, the timing mechanism, and I was talking to David Bell about this a while back when David was out working with Starlin. He said it's all about the footwork. He said the reason why he does the tap is because his feet are out of position and he has to buy a little time to get his feet right. And he had plenty of time, just made an errant throw, and Rizzo wasn't able to bail him out.
So that forces Wood to have to face Hairston as the inning continues. And he pumps in a strike. Jonathan Broxton on the DL. He's got a strained forearm. I think Aroldis Chapman had a 2-inning save last night, right? Yeah. Sam LeCure ended up getting his first career save, filling in. Reds bullpen depth tested now without Marshall and Broxton, who are out. Hairston pops out to Barney to end the inning. 3-0 Washington in the third. Leading 3-0. Gotta have some math skills to read that scoreboard here at Wrigley, the iconic board out in center. Travis Wood swings at the first pitch, sends an air ball out to Jason Worth.
Well, early indications here that Strasburg is going to be awfully difficult to get to today, but you never know. With road struggles, raise up at any time. Kind of the knock on him, if that's fair. Last year that things were out of sorts. If just something a little funky, a little different, weather or whatever, he just kind of scuffle a little bit. And you look at the numbers and you say, well, how can that be? He was 15-6 with a 3.16. I think maybe the bar has been set so high for this kid.
It certainly is about as high as it gets. There have been comparisons made, not in terms of the styles and what he hopes, not the lack of success to the guy I'm going to mention, but in terms of just the height around him. Going to the major leagues, go back to a left-hander named David Clyde. In the early 70s, Texas Rangers got up to the majors at age 18 as Castro takes the walk. That's a good sign for Starlin. That's 2 walks given up by Strasburg. There was a quote from David Clyde in Baseball Digest about 10 years ago. Quote, the correlation I felt was like going from high school to performing open heart surgery. I felt that's how much better I had to be. Now Strasburg, coming from college, certainly well ahead of the curve in that game, in that regard. David Clyde's career lasted just 5 years. 18-33 with a 4.63 ERA.
Yeah, hard throwing left-hander. He went right from high school to the big leagues. Plan was for him just to make a couple of starts and then go back down to the minor leagues, but he was such a big draw. Money talks. They kept him in the big leagues. Clyde back in the Houston area now. coaching.
Strike called on Rizzo. 0-2. Strasburg was not nearly as heralded coming out of high school. Certainly was at San Diego State.
Quick pitch there.
On strike 3. Cub fans, make sure you check out Len and JD's baseball blog at WGNTV.com. Sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent serving the area for 34 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. I put up a link to a baseballprospectus.com article written by former big leaguer Gabe Kapler. Kind of an insider's look at the steroids issue. And I think you'll enjoy it. Strike called on Deoner Navarro.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of his stories now, and very articulate, very well thought out, great perspective. And Kapler, a guy who in his playing days was known as, Mr. Muscle. He said because of that, a lot of people accused him of being a user.
0-2. By the way, we're referring to Gabe Kapler, not Gabe Kaplan.
Yes, who was not
Mr. Cotter.
Mr. Cotter was not known as Mr. Muscle.
Although he was a great runner on the Battle of the Network Stars. I remember him beating Robert Conrad.
And a pretty good card player, too, I think.
Yeah.
Wasn't he a basketball coach in the movie, too? Something about
he was.
Pittsburgh and a fish.
The fish that saved Pittsburgh?
Yeah. Wasn't he the basketball coach?
That sounds right. Runner goes on the 1-2. Here's the throw to second. Out. Castro nailed by Ramos to end the inning. 3-0 Washington.
$200 guests for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF.
Still 3-0. 8, 9, and 1 for the visitors. High in the air. Caught by Lake. Now that's a name. Lombardozzi. I like the arc of the name on the back of the jersey.
It's a lot of pressure on the person sewing those letters on that jersey. Dad, a big leaguer.
Yep.
Mostly with the Twins and with the Astros. Kind of the fun story there, as you may recall.
I like fun stories.
Craig Biggio wore number 7 all those years in Houston. Well, he was originally number 4. But when Steve Lombardozzi Sr. joined the Astros, he asked for number 4. He was a veteran. Biggio was the new guy.
See, so Biggio would have been number 4.
Gave up number 4 to Lombo and took number 7.
Huh, that is a good story. The other great thing about the name on the back is he's number 1. So the back of the jersey is all about the letters, not the numeral. Three balls and a strike.
Those pitchers would be taking. He's probably hacking.
You're right. It's a ground ball right at Darwin Barnes. So I asked Bruce Miles, who does have an MVP vote, if he would consider voting for a pitcher. And he said, sure, I would consider it. And on the heels of that conversation, Clayton Kershaw went 8 shutout innings today in a 6-0 win in Miami. His earned run average down to 1.72. Brian Wilson made his Dodger debut, a scoreless 9th in his first appearance since Tommy John surgery. The Dodgers have had 17 shutouts, most in the majors, and they're now 23 games over 500.
So Kershaw's ERA now 2 full runs better than league average.
Fly to left. Bogusevic over near the line. A 1-2-3-4 for Travis Wood. It's the Nationals 3 and the Cubs nothing. Schedule. We're in San Diego this weekend. We'll have Saturday and Sunday's games right here on WGN Sports. Leadoff man time 7 p.m. Central Time on Saturday. Ford, go further in any one of Ford's many fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. More. We'll take it to the bag. 1 pitch, 1 out as Navarro grounds out. That's a baseball family right there, a Chicago baseball family. On the right is the president of baseball operations for the Nationals, Mike Rizzo. On the left, the guy who taught him everything he knows. His dad, Phil. We've seen Phil at the ballpark here as a scout. Right now is an advisor to his son with the Nationals. I asked Mike the other day, I said, is your dad here this week? He said, I don't know. I said, you don't know where he is? He goes, no, I never tell him where to go.
Probably good advice.
Yeah.
Took a lot of heat last year when he shut down Strasburg. Stood tall, stood by his principles.
Tapper knocked down by Strasburg. He'll have time to get Sherholtz. 3 pitches, 2 outs.
And don't miss the action as the Cubs take on the Brewers Saturday, September 7th. Game time is 3:05. Come early, bring your kids. The first 4,000 children 13 and younger will receive limited edition American Girl doll-sized Cubs apparel. Please note the doll is not included. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. So you got your Molly at home or your Samantha or whatever. You get the clothes and you're good to go. If you have daughters and you come to Chicago, you go to the American Girl store.
Rare curveballs that did not find the strike zone for Strasburg here today. Has turned into a nice day, as you mentioned, after a few hours of rain. Lights have been on, overcast skies, but we're dry. Swing and a miss. Comes right back with the curve. 1-2.
Threw that one a little bit, but he found 97 on the gun. Got a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. He's got a 3-run lead and 2 outs. You think he would challenge here?
Right field and slicing out of play. Ice cream, a popular item today here at the ballpark. Why not? 3-2, swing and a miss, inning over. 6 for Strasburg in command here. Through 4, leading 3-0.
first. It's the sound of history being made. Here we go.
(3-0). Washington with those early runs. Travis Wood has been a lot better the last 2 innings, facing 2, 3, and 4. Rendon pops into right. Seen some one-pitch outs.
Command a little wobbly early on for Travis, but nice couple innings plus, much sharper. The question is it too little too late with the way Strasburg is going along? Nothing component here, nothing new for Travis Wood to be out there without any run support. His last 7 starts, the Cubs have scored a grand total of 8 runs while he's been in the ballgame.
Oh, and 1 on Zimmerman. Well, we have talked ad nauseum about Jeff Samardzija finishing this season, going over 200 innings. Last year he was shut down in early September because of all the work he had in the first 5 months. But Travis Wood is younger than Samardzija. We mentioned reaching the same amount of starts this year as he had in any other year. Lake back, makes a catch, already a career high in innings. So this is a learning month and a half here for him too, going through this for the first time.
Yeah, just to push on through.
Jason Worth coming up, 2 down, but first let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Two quick outs. He's retired 10 of the last 11 batters he's faced. Worth way out in front, and Rockets 1 foul. His bat as the ball went foul. The bat was fair.
Jarts. Back to back, doubling up inside with cutters. Got the barrel to the first one, yanked it foul. This one got the handle.
On the 4th in New York, Blue Jays and Yankees, after a rain delay, are scoreless. Minnesota beat Detroit 7-6. The Twins take 2 of 3 in that series. It's the idle Indians within 5 of first in the AL Central.
What kind of odds could you have gotten if you'd made a wager at the start of the year that on August 22nd the Minnesota Twins would have a better record than the mighty Angels of Anaheim?
Pretty good.
Not that the Twins have been good, just the Angels have been that bad. 55 and 71. The Angels, they've dropped 4 in a row.
How about Kansas City with a better record than Washington?
The City, they're going the other direction. They've won 4 in a row.
The Royals? No, they've lost 4 in a row.
Well, they have. But they're still above 500. And they haven't done a whole lot of that in recent years.
Yeah, the longest current winning streak in baseball belongs to the 51-74 Chicago White Sox. They've won 5 straight. Funny game. Lake on the move, and he's got it. Ball might have come out of his glove there, but he was able to squeeze it before he got to the vines. That athleticism paying off for Junior Lake. There is still time to bring the family out and enjoy a game here in beautiful Wrigley Field. There are still tickets for the next homestand that'll feature Ryne Sandberg as the new interim manager of the Phillies. To purchase seats, visit Cubs.com. Cubs with a bloop single from Deoner Navarro in the first inning. That has been it. They have taken a couple of walks as well, but only 1 hit through 4. Off Steven Strasburg, coming off a very short outing in Atlanta 5 days ago. 1-1 on Donnie Murphy. There it is, outside. A couple of big series this weekend. Atlanta starting a 4-gamer in St. Louis this evening. Paul Maholm and Joe Kelly pitching matchup tonight. And the Dodgers will head home to host the Boston Red Sox. That'll be fun.
World Series preview, perhaps?
You never know. If he swings and misses, that's strike 3.
97 miles an hour with good run. Kind of fun to contrast last night in the game. Carlos Villanueva threw a 57 mile an hour curveball. So here's Strasburg, 40 miles an hour faster with his heater. More than one way to get it done.
Ground ball, base hit. Brian Bogus, 7.
Bogey first pitch swinging both times. Hit the ball pretty well last time to center field for an out. This time solid single up the middle. You might as well attack early if you get that good fastball early in the count where you can do something with it. You might as well take a whack at it. Castro caught stealing in the third inning, but I don't think you can afford to shut down the running game. It's going to be tough to string hits together against this guy. It's not a big part of the Cubs game. They don't steal a lot of bases. Sometimes you got to be a little creative.
One ball, one strike. The pitch, high bouncer. Zimmerman slings to get the out at first. Two away. Cubs have a runner in scoring position for the first time.
It's so long since they've had a man on second. It's the first time today, so it's conversation as to what they're going to use as an indicator here of the man on second base. Just double checking.
Outside on a fastball.
Would be the ultimate in confidence, wouldn't it? The catcher would ask the pitcher before the game, hey, what do you want to do with a man on second? Don't worry, we won't need it.
Two and 0.
Maybe Dizzy Dean or Satchel Paige, somebody like that.
Harper on his way back near the track on the dirt. He makes a catch. Best hit ball of the day so far for the Cubs. It's a loud out to end the fifth. 3-0 Washington.
And Travis Wood here this afternoon. Strasburg with 7 strikeouts in 5 shutout innings. They got to Travis early, 1 in the first, 2 in the second. He's been solid since. 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs allowed by Wood, a couple of walks, a couple of strikeouts. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves.
Fast break was the Gabe Kaplan.
Fast break.
Fisher St. Pittsburgh was Dr. J and Jonathan Winters.
Oh, from Winters. It was awesome. Dr. J was pretty good, too.
Thanks to Shannon Kelly, who tweeted that. Fast break. I'd have to rent that one.
Who was your favorite sweat hog?
It's hard to go against Horseshack. They're all, they're all pretty good.
Brought a little something to the table, didn't they?
Hello. How are you? What? Where?
You got the whole thing. You could do a one-man show.
No.
Len Casper does the sweat hogs. I can see it now.
Wilson Ramos will lead it off. One fouled off. 0-2. Started 2 hours late because of rain. Cubs won Monday night. The Nationals trying to win the final 3 of this series.
Cubs just 3-14 in their last 17 home games. Stretch in which they've scored less than 3 runs per game and shut out a bunch. Matter of fact, Travis Wood making his 3rd start on this homestand. The previous 2, he was victimized by the shutout. Look forward to coming home. 3 starts in your home ballpark, and so far not a single run scored while he's been on the bump.
Up your nose with a rubber hose, Wilson Ramos. I got a new strikeout call.
There you go.
Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Tyler Moore. Picked up by Barney. 2 down. Well, Wood has been terrific here since the first 2 innings, which he gave up 3.
Which is really kind of completely the opposite of what we've seen from Wood. In the games where he has given it up a little bit, it's typically in the middle innings where he gets hurt. Very good early, and then maybe a big inning, 3 spot in the 5th or 6th, something like that. Last time out, he gave up 4, and 2 were scored in the 6th. I believe it was after he came out of the ball game. They were charged to him. Talked earlier, he has a ERA below 2 in each of the first 3 innings of his starts. Atypical Travis Wood start here this afternoon, giving up that solo home run in the first, then 2 more in the second.
Called strike. Popped him up. Castro hauls it in. That'll take us to the bottom of the 6th. 3-0 Nationals.
Ball deep left field. Jacobs turns around so long with a 3-run homer, and the Smoky Stake a 4-1 lead. He delivers, and Baez swings and sends a high fly ball deep left field. Back goes Jacobs. He's at the warning track. He's at the wall. So long.
Nick Gillespie with the call. Javier Baez with 2 more homers last night, 33 on the minor league season. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible.
Compare Baez's bat speed to Gary Sheffield. And that last look we had at his swing was very reminiscent of Gary Sheffield. A waggle and tremendous power that Sheffield possesses. Baez at 20 years of age is on his way.
Two strikes to Castro. Well, that fastball velocity has been incredibly consistent all afternoon.
Yeah, there was no getting up to speed today for Strasburg. You see it sometimes with a starter, maybe a couple clicks below normal early on before they reach max velocity, but he's been pretty much 96 from pitch number 1 of this ball game. We've seen him at 97.
Comes the curve. Castro laid off at 2-2. I mentioned Clayton Kershaw in his terrific outing earlier today. Cubs will have to face him next week.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get Greinke, Kershaw, and Nolasco in L.A.
Backhanded by Zimmerman. Not a good throw. Safe at first. Couldn't get anything on the throw. And it'll be an error on Zimmerman.
Yeah, he's made a bunch of them this year, and most of them throwing, and we've talked about it throughout this series. He's a little bit of a mental thing going on. When he comes and gets the ball, when he's on the move, he's fine. When he plants and throws, it's pretty ugly. You really feel for him. The feeling right now, if he's not on the move, he's just trying to get it started in the right direction.
Popped up by Rizzo. It's caught by Zimmerman.
Nobody in the Nationals camp, nobody over there, Zimmerman, Davey Johnson, that I've heard is saying anything about Zimmerman and his throwing as being a mental issue. They're talking about his arm problem. And
Davey hinted at it recently, but you're right. It's one of those real tricky things, isn't it? Internally for a team. A lot of teams have guys who have those issues. Matt Garza, he had a lot of trouble throwing to first, still does. He got into it with Eric Sogard over that in Oakland recently. But it's just not something you want to talk about too much. There have been catchers who've had problems throwing.
Well, yeah, if it's a mental thing, the last thing you want to do is just put it out there where everybody's talking about it so that the player thinks about it even more. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know how the best way to handle it. But, we saw with Steve Sachs years ago. You saw Chuck Knobloch go through it. Mackie Sasser, when he was catching, couldn't throw the ball back to the mound. The brain gets in the way of the body.
One and 0 on Navarro.
They call it the thing. You get the thing and you can't throw it where you want to. Yep. Steve Blass famously with the Pirates years and years ago.
Castro runs. He took a look back. He's going to be out again. Second time. Was it a straight steal? Or was it supposed to be a hit and run? We'll find out later. He took a pretty good look toward home plate on his way to second, right? Oh, I guess we missed it. Just like that, the inning is over as Navarro lines out. To the seventh, 3-zip Washington.
Where we burn up just smolder. Somehow I know I found you there. Wanna see if we can change it, change it. Still I know I see it.
It's Cage the Elephant. Come a little closer. Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Underway in the 7th. And the Plain White Tees from Lombard, Illinois, will conduct the 7th inning stretch. Dave Theriot, guitar player, is with us in the booth.
How are you guys?
Nice
Good
to have
be
you here,
back.
Dave.
Yeah.
That ball hit to deep left. Bogusevic back on it.
Oh.
It's gone.
All right, I'm out of here. I'm bad luck. I'm bad luck.
Second homer of the day for the Nationals. First of the year for Lombardozzi.
No sneak attack there from Lombardozzi. No home runs down in the 8 hole in the batting order, but he jumped on one. And
He's got Lombard in his name.
I was going to say maybe that's the whammy. We're from Lombard.
Deal.
I apologize.
we'll see how shallow Bogusevic was. Not expecting him to hit it over his head. And all the way into the seats.
Steven Strasburg with a base hit. All right, Dave, thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Yeah. It's been good, guys. Since when Strasburg a good hitter? My God.
He is 2 out of 3 today.
Yes, he is.
We'll bring up Bryce Harper. So what's going on with the Plain White Tees?
Well,
You got a new record coming out, right?
Yes, we have some new music up on iTunes right now. It's a bit of an EP. A full album will follow. But we just came off tour. We were on tour for like a month and a half. But we've been home for most of the summer. And I've been watching you guys, to be honest.
We appreciate that.
Jim, when the Astros were in town and you guys did the 4-man booth, the crosstalk, I thought that was probably
fun.
my favorite broadcast of the year so far. That was awesome.
That was fun.
Yeah.
So who's singing today with you, Dave? You got the
Tom
whole
will
band?
sing.
Tom,
Tom's
you and
here.
Tom, okay.
Yeah. Tom's here. He always is here for this, but he lets me handle the sports talk, I guess.
Very nice. Have the lead singer sing the 7th inning stretch.
You know, I am very much just a glorified backup singer, so I need a lot of help. I'm shaking.
You're not going to get it.
Shaking in my boots if I'm alone.
What's the mix of Cubs fans and White Sox fans in the band?
You know, it's funny. Our bass player, his girlfriend's a White Sox fan, and our drummer, sports aren't really his thing. And our other guitarist, Tim, is a Dodgers fan. But we can't blame him. He's from the West Coast. He's from Santa Barbara.
Good for his hometown team.
That's right. Nothing wrong with that. I expect him to. It's all good.
2 strikes on Harper. 4-0 Nationals. And it's high 1-2.
Now, did you guys ever get recruited to do the anthem?
We have done the anthem here once, and
How's
it was
that?
only Tom singing and the rest of us kind of respectfully standing around him.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little terrifying because we knew it was all on one guy when we could have done maybe like a barbershop version, let's say. But Tom did a great job.
Swing and a miss. That's strike 3.
There we go. Our luck is changing.
So where do you record mostly? In Chicago, or have you gone out of town?
We've done a little bit of both. Tom and I both live near each other in Elmhurst now. Our families are in Lombard and Villa Park. And Tom built a studio in his basement. So we have done some recording in Elmhurst in the basement, but mostly on the West Coast.
Called strike to Anthony Rendon. Zimmerman on deck. All Steven Strasburg in the Nationals so far today. Inside for a ball. Who were your musical heroes growing up?
Oh man, I mean, we all love the Beatles in the band. The Beatles is a common tie for us. I'm a big Ramones fan. I'm a big Pavement fan.
Oh yeah.
Pavement's one of my favorite bands for sure. I know it's a little odd, maybe considering how we sound.
You're a little more polished than Pavement.
Yeah, but man, I love that band for sure. I guess if there's a band you ever wanted to be in, probably be Pavement for me.
I'm going to have to go to school on that one. Yeah. I'm clueless. I got nothing
You're into
on
the band
Pavement.
Dirt Road.
They're the kings of slacker rock, or It sounds like they're not trying hard, but they're genius.
JD was hoping you were going to say the Monkees. His favorite band.
There we go. Double him up.
Throw to first. Safe.
So Delilah.
Yeah.
Huge hit.
Sure.
Big sensation. Everywhere you go, you got to play it.
Oh, got to play it. Yeah.
And you get tired of playing it?
No. The nice thing is, because it is Tom with a guitar, we all get to take like a beer break on that one, which is kind of nice. We get to stand side stage and just chill out.
So you guys just kind of
yeah. No, we used to
throw
do
ice cubes at him from the side.
We used to do ebows on the strings and make them kind of sound like violins and cellos and stuff. Maybe we'll bring that back sometime. But yeah, we let Tom handle it, which is fine by us.
Zimmerman, he takes a strike.
Sometimes we still get some people yelling out in the crowd midway through the show, Delilah, Delilah, and we say to them, do you think we're not going to play it for you? That'd be kind of evil of us to deprive you of the song you came to see.
And here's my advice to all music fans. Instead of yelling out songs for the band to play, or even if the band says any requests, the standard answer should be play whatever you want. It's your show.
Len, come to some shows, please. It's good etiquette, my friend.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than knowing you're going to play the song, 10 songs down the road and everyone's screaming for it every song.
I know.
That's the way it is.
It is. And
it's a blessing and a curse, I suppose.
It absolutely is. I was just going to say that. That kind of success for a song is rare, and, it could be a once-in-a-lifetime type thing. You got to enjoy it.
1-2 on Zimmerman. Low and inside. All right, Dave, we're going to bring Tom down and get you guys ready to sing. Nice to see you as always.
Great to see you guys.
Best of luck. We look
nice
forward
to meet
to
you. Thank
the
you.
new album. Plain White Tees coming up at the 7th inning stretch. 2-2 on Ryan Zimmerman. Foul back.
You know what I'm listening to in my head right now?
What's that?
Delilah. It's going round and round in my head right now.
Tapped foul. Two, base hit. First time Woods run into trouble since the second. Really got locked in the middle innings. It's their third hit here in the 7th.
I think that's going to do it.
So 2 on, 2 down, a run in, and a pitching change. We'll be back. face Jason Worth.
Effective in game 1 of this series. Or game 2 rather. Worked an inning in the third. A couple of walks, a strikeout. Overall, the numbers very good for Parker. 1 and 2, 223 the earned run average. And obviously, if the Cubs are going to come back in this one, he's got a very important out to get right here with Jason Worth at the plate.
The dirt on a breaking ball, going outside. Travis Wood 6 2/3, 7 hits, 4 runs at this point. Parker trying to keep it that way. Here it comes. Fastball outside. The Nationals have played this series like a contender would. They've been tough. They are on the outer edge of the wild card race. It'll take almost a miracle at this point for them to get back in it. 3-0.
3-0 pitch that Worth jumped on last night for a 3-run home run off Jake Arrieta. And you know he's got the green light here.
Now the Nationals 10 games behind the Reds for the second wild card spot.
So Navarro letting Parker know he might be swinging. Make sure you make a pitch here. Don't just throw a cookie.
He is swinging and he pops it up. Barney with a catch. Time to sing the stretch.
Today's guest conductors for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Grammy-nominated band Plain White Tees.
All right, Cubs fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs off this Strasburg guy. Come on!
To left. Denard Span will play center. Former Cub David DeJesus will play right. So that means Hairston and Worth are done for the afternoon. Not quite sure where Span and DeJesus will bat, but we'll let you know when we find out. Strasburg in command, trying to beat the Cubs for the first time. He has put up good numbers against them, but 0-1 in 2 previous starts. Facing Nate Sherholtz to start the Cubs 7th. Lined and caught by the first baseman Moore.
Better contact off of Strasburg for the Cub hitters the last couple of innings. Still nothing to show for it on the scoreboard. The way he started the game, I thought he was going to punch out 15 here today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 so far. 2 starts ago, a complete game, striking out 10 against the Phillies. His season high is 12.
DeJesus will hit in the 4th spot, span 7. Oh, and 2 on Lake. Came in red hot. 8 hits, 5 doubles his last 2 games, and he floats one that'll be caught in shallow center by Lombardozzi.
Going to report online now from the Associated Press that, as you mentioned earlier, Broxton going to the DL, but they're talking about surgery now.
Forearm, I believe.
Yeah.
Jason Hayward had jaw surgery after getting hit by a pitch yesterday.
Johnny Cueto's been moved to the 60-day DL. Rugged year for Cueto. 3 trips to the DL. Can't get healthy. Tough day for Murphy so far. A couple of punch outs. Down in the count now, 1 and 2.
Been in.
Yeah. Doesn't make it any easier. 95 up around the coconut. So you tell yourself, hang in there on that breaking ball, hang in there, don't give up, and then the fastball comes up around the head. That's how Jason Hayward got hit in the jaw yesterday. Trying to hang in there. Good swing.
Pulled foul. How about the spaceman Bill Lee?
What did he do? Is he still pitching?
Yeah, well, he pitched a complete game last year at age 65 for the San Rafael Pacifics. This week, he played all 9 positions in a game at age 66.
Love it.
You gotta love it. Tough day for the Cubs here, trailing 4-0 after 7.
victory, and literally may be a drive to victory. The first run of the day came off the bat of Ryan Zimmerman, an off-field home run off of Travis Wood. The yield that the Nationals have held since that moment, now 4-0 as they've added on. Bombardozzi's also gone deep. Drive to Victory is brought to you by your local Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Mazda dealers. Cubs managing just 2 hits so far off of Steven Strasburg, who's been brilliant.
Wilson Ramos is 0 for 3, but he's catching a shutout. Start the Nationals 8th.
Heads up in the press box. Nice play.
Nicely done.
Jason made one earlier on the
he
homestand.
did. The Cubs media relations staff had to kind of give way there. And as Ramos strikes out, Tyler Moore.
Tyler Moore, his relationship with the Nationals comes under the category they finally got their man. They drafted him 3 times before he finally signed with them.
We're going to keep drafting you.
Yep. Sooner or later. High school, took him out of junior college, and finally in the 16th round, 2008, out of Mississippi State.
Parker with a 2-2. It's high and it's full. Span is on deck. Diving attempt by Barney, just couldn't get it. And a 1-out single for Moore.
Second hit of the day for Moore. He also reached down in there. Great effort by Barney, flying through the air, but just can't quite catch up to that line drive.
Dice K released by the Indians and has quickly signed with the New York Mets. And he'll start against the Tigers tomorrow night. Span lines out to right. 2 away, and it'll bring up the 8-hitter who's had a big impact on this game. Span fans here at Wrigley Field. Bardozzi with a double, a homer, and has scored twice in 3 trips.
I would imagine if you were to poll major league players and ask them, what cities on the road have your families come to watch you pitch or play? Wrigley Field would be near the top, if not at the top of that list.
I would think. Well, everybody wants to come here. It's right in the middle of the country, easily accessible.
Yeah, and if you've raised a baseball player, there's a pretty good chance you're a baseball fan, and there's so much history here.
And you probably had more family watch you in a ballpark no families went to. Montreal.
Right, yeah. Hasless was always open.
Parker with a scoreless 8. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. From shutouts to walk-offs, we've been celebrating the greatest moments in Major League Baseball for over 30 years. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Gorgeous view of downtown Chicago. And there you go. First trip to Wrigley Field. Tough day for the home team, however. Just 2 hits against Steven Strasburg. As the Cubs bat in the bottom of the 8th, Brian Bogusevic drives one out into deep right, and it will get out in a hurry. His second of the homestand, second as a Cub, and they're on the board.
And he's had the best swings at Strasburg today, and I believe first pitch swinging all 3 at bats. Hit the ball pretty well to center. First time solid single, last time, and now a no doubter home run by Brian Bogusevic. Good guy to put in the book. Got the head out in front of that plus fastball and put a charge in it. Got on the backside of that one. My goodness, good swing.
Barney lines to Zimmerman. Bring up Cole Gillespie to pinch hit for Parker. 10 homers in the series for the Cubs. If they don't come back today, they'll drop 3 of 4 to the Nationals and 8 of 10 on the homestand. Bogusevic recently off the DL. Getting an opportunity here in left against right-handers. The Cubs facing a righty for the 14th consecutive game. That'll move to 15 tomorrow night in San Diego against Edinson Volquez, and then finally a lefty, Eric Stoltz, on Saturday. One and two. Base hit left field. Cubs came into the inning with 2 hits. They've doubled that total with 2 more here in the 8th.
How many opportunities lately for Gillespie? He's come off the bench and got pinch hit singles in the last 2 ball games now. Curveball that was razor sharp early, didn't have the good action there. That one stayed up in the zone, didn't have the good bite. Maybe Strasburg starting to fatigue a little bit.
So Tyler Clippard will grab a ball. Castro went around. Call made by Timmons, the home plate umpire. 0-2.
They finished that curveball. And primarily fastball curveball today from Strasburg. He has thrown a handful of changeups. He's gotten strikeouts with a couple of them.
Zimmerman, Bombardozzi, Moore. That's the inning. They get a run on the Bogusevic leadoff homer. It's now 4-1 Nationals as we go to the 9th.
After Blake Parker did just that, Parker an inning and a third of one-hit scoreless baseball, didn't walk anybody, had a strikeout. Stroke 2-1, 229. This is his 21st appearance in a Cub uniform.
Strasburg, that double play ball might have loomed large in terms of him getting the chance to complete this game. Now 97 pitches through 8, so he takes the at bat. Two starts ago, his first career complete game. But just 1 inning plus in his last start because he got ejected.
When you drive in as many as you've given up, it's a pretty good day for a pitcher.
Called strike 3. Harper with 1 away. 0 for 3 with a walk. Crushes that ball on a line into right. And that's a 1-out double. He's pretty good.
He's got a chance.
He's only 20.
Just love the way his bat comes through the zone. Kind of leads with the handle and then just like a golfer when they create lag with their golf swing. That's what it looks like when Harper swings the bat. Pujols talks about hitting, talks about taking the knob of the bat down towards the ball, keeping his hands inside, and then the barrel whips through.
Rendon, ball 1. Feels like Bryce Harper was born to be a big leaguer. He was 17 in 2010. He should have been a high school junior. He hit .443 in 66 games for the College of Southern Nevada, which uses wood bats. It's the Scenic West Athletic Conference. Ended up winning the Golden Spikes Award. Missed outside. Two balls and a strike. Wood started, went 6 2/3. Parker an inning and a third. Now Strop here in the ninth.
That home run by Bogusevic, if nothing else, will save the researchers some time. They would have been scurrying through the record books to find the last time a pitcher had his team shut out in each of his 3 starts on one homestand. So instead of researching, they can do things like put Cubs decals on their face.
Oh my goodness.
Apparently
it's a regular occurrence.
Yeah, that's not abnormal for that family to have a junior plaster his mug with decals there, because nobody's really making much of it.
Seems cool now. It might be a little tough later.
Well, he's got his rally cap on. He's going, if I don't look, if I don't see, nothing bad's going to happen. There he goes. Look, Grandma, I'm a platypus. It's like, let's just go get a pizza. No, don't try it. It's not going to hold it. He will be a CEO of something someday.
Called strike 3 to get Zimmerman. 2 outs.
And a big old leg kick, looking to unload on a fastball. Guessed wrong, got locked up by the breaker. And David DeJesus gets a nice reception.
For 2 in the series. Frankie Bell here at the ballpark, 95 years old, lifelong Cub fan from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Frankie saw Babe Ruth play in person. Bowden will loosen in the Cubs bullpen. 2 on, 2 down in the 9th. Cubs trailing by 3, and the pitch low, 2-1.
Dale Swaim doesn't want Strop to throw so many pitches in this outing today that he would be rendered unavailable tomorrow, and that's why Bowden's getting ready. Has been willing to use Strop and Gregg recently in games where the Cubs have been trailing because they just haven't had that many leads lately.
Three and 2.
What was that one?
Strop did not like that call. I don't think Xfinity did either.
Xfinity was indifferent. Meanwhile,
one day we're going to be asking him for a job. Called sticker shock. That's going to be foul. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And the inning is over. All the outs, strikeouts. We go to the last of the 9th. 4-1. Player of the game, it is Steven Strasburg, looking for his first career win against the Cubs. Curveball just dazzling all afternoon. Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. It's number 98 of his afternoon. Catches his own for a strike on Anthony Rizzo.
I thought maybe Strasburg might be vulnerable when you looked at that road ERA. He was 1-5 with a 5.11 ERA on the road prior to this start. That was just wishful thinking if you're a Cub fan. He's been dominant here today.
He's thrown a couple of nice changeups here to Rizzo. Now what do you look for? He's trying to stay alive. He threw him another one. 3 straight changeups. 1 out.
Almost like he's out there just working on things.
Navarro 1 for 3. Luke single in the first inning. Pitching matchups this weekend. Edwin Jackson, Edinson Volquez tomorrow night in San Diego. Ground ball, base hit. Game 2 we'll have Jeff Samardzija and Eric Stoltz right here on WGN, and then we'll also have the series finale, Chris Russin and former Cub Andrew Kashner on Sunday.
Very efficient from Strasburg this afternoon, not really under a lot of pressure at all day long, but they're one batter away from bringing the tying run to home plate. It doesn't feel like it. They haven't put a lot of heat on Strasburg. It kind of has the feel of a 7-1 ball game where you have no shot. Looping a blast and we're tied.
Strike called on Scherholtz. See their closer Soriano at least get loose. Sure wondering the career high pitch count for Strasburg, 119. So a ways away from that.
And they probably stretch him out a little bit here today. Not going to matter.
We'll get one, and that's it. Not even sure why Rendon threw to first. Fielder's choice for Sherholtz, 2 outs.
And last time in that game in which he was ejected, he only threw 26 pitches. A lot of times with a pitcher, you don't want him out there throwing 130 pitches, but if he's coming off a short start, you're willing to give him a little longer leash. For me, it's pitches under duress and multiple high pitch outings that prove to be problematic.
It's up the lake now. They try to get on for Donnie Murphy. He was certainly a threat to go yard. He's had a tough day, though, today. He has struck out all 3 times against Strasburg. One ball, 1 strike.
Any hitter in Murphy's situation would tell you, if asked, yeah, I want another shot at him. I want a chance to get him after he's punched me out 3 times. Some of those guys would be lying. They would think, I want no part of this guy again. Already got the hat trick, don't want that sombrero. But I think Murphy's the type of guy that, give me another crack at him.
Sherholtz will take off for second. No throw. Defensive indifference. Stay out of a force play at second. Meanwhile, 3-1 on Lake. The question is, will Davy Johnson let Strasburg face Murphy? There's a potential tying run. Guess here is yes, but we'll see. On the ground in the hole. Rendon, awkward throw, gets by. Sherholtz will score, and the tying run will come up. It's now 4-2. That'll be a base hit for Lake. He will not get an RBI as Sherholtz scores on the throwing error by Rendon.
Rendon making the start at shortstop today for Ian Desmond, who's got a little bit of a back issue, and only his second start at short.
Don't go anywhere just yet. Tying run at the plate. It's Donnie Murphy with 2 outs, and the pitch is high. Ball 1.
Just a little late.
Fly ball left field. Bryce Harper back on it. We're tied. The best player in baseball, Donnie Murphy.
Oh, sweet redemption. How about that? 3 consecutive strikeouts. He gets 1 more crack at him, and he ties the ball game. What an improbable comeback.
Number 8 for Donnie Murphy.
Don't wake him up. He is living the dream.
16 games, 8 home runs, and the commissioner has just announced another All-Star game. Donnie Murphy will be the starting National League third baseman next week. That's it for Strasburg, who was 1 out away. It's 4-4. Pitching change in the 9th. Brian Bogusevic against Rafael Soriano. And a double. The winning run is at second base. What a turn of events. He has 3 hits today.
Like a little cut fastball from Soriano, who has been shaky to say the least of late. Scoreless baseball last night, but he allowed 3 hits in his 1 inning of work. He allowed runs in his previous 4 outings. And Davey Johnson is talking to himself.
Ball 1 on Darwin Barney.
Soriano 2 and 3, 371, 32 out of 38 in save chances.
Gave up 3 hits last night, no runs allowed. Fouled back. Donnie was hustling him. So I'll strike out the first 3 times. Maybe he'll leave him in.
Laying in the weeds. Miggy who?
The 1-1 to Barney, fouled off.
What a great way this would be to end a tough homestand.
The kick, the 1-2. We'll do it again. Well, it's just a great story. I mean, essentially under the word journeyman in the baseball dictionary is his picture. And he has just grabbed this opportunity and become an everyday player out of the blue in the last 2.5 weeks. The pitch. Count holding. Another foul. Good battle.
That's what we've come to expect from Darwin Barney. Not hitting for a high average. Gives you good tough AB.
Another 1-2. Harper's going to catch it. Barney hit it hard, but we're going to go to extras. Donnie Murphy with a 2-out, 2-run homer. The Cubs get 3 in the 9th. It's 4-4. Murphy. Steven Strasburg was oh so close, but Murphy said no. Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds.
Great shot of Strasburg, the anguish on his face as he watched that ball sail out of here. Contrast that with the delight that Murphy was feeling bouncing around those bases.
I guess today Murphy is Ryan Sandberg and Steven Strasburg is Willie McGee, who was named the player of the game before Rhino went off back in 1984. Kevin Gregg is on, the Cubs closer, in a 4-4 tie in the 10th.
Two and three with a 3 for Kevin, 25 out of 29. 2/3 of an inning a couple of days ago. He allowed a run on 2 hits and a couple of walks. This is his 4th appearance on the homestand.
The rally stickers worked.
The kid knew what he was doing down there. See, now he's peeled them off. He's committed. A lot of time at the ballpark for these folks. Lengthy rain delay and now extra innings.
Braves 3-1. Ramos fouls.
Kevin walked a couple in that outing the other day. Man has not been as sharp of late.
Dreaded leadoff walk.
In 33 pre-All-Star innings, Kevin walked 13. 14 2/3 post-All-Star innings, he has walked 13.
Kurt Suzuki, the backup catcher, will run for Ramos.
Murphy in, anticipating bunt. At least preparing to defend potential bunt. More good power hitter in the minor leagues.
Well, remember earlier when Davey took both Scott Hairston and Jason Worth out. He put Span in center, moved Harper to left, to Jesus in right. There's the bunt, and the throw has to go to first. And now that we're in extras, basically their best hitter is out of the ball game. Jason Worth has been the hottest hitter in baseball since July 1st. Sure what's going on with Suzuki.
Yeah, something barking a little bit, maybe a hammy. With his body language out there, I'm surprised trainers aren't coming out and Davey at least to check on him.
Called strike to Denard Span. The pitch. And throw behind the runner.
Yeah, it's worth a shot in a situation like this because of the way they're deployed with Span up there. Castro was basically playing behind the bag, so it's not like he had to give up anything defensively to come in behind Suzuki. He's already there. Just a little reminder to let him know he's back there and to tighten him up a little bit, shorten that secondary lead.
It's always a tempting throw by a catcher, because the runner usually has a very big lead out there at second. The problem is the throw is the longest. Gives the runner more time to get back. Good play here to locate the ball after it got by him and keep Suzuki at second.
Like a goaltender, you got to control those rebounds.
2-2 the count.
Skosh low.
Three and two. Called strike three. No argument from Span.
First borderline pitch went Span's way. This time Greg gets the call on the edge.
A strike to Lombardozzi. Couldn't get him to bite that time. 1-1. Skies have cleared up. Played uninterrupted since a 2-hour rain delay prior to the first pitch. Junior Lake in center underneath. Leadoff man reached on a walk, got to second on a sac bunt, but did not score. Changeup specialist Tyler Clippard will do the pitching for the Nationals. Looks like Darnell McDonald will start the inning as a pinch hitter.
We're at 6-2 with a 2.08. He's a strikeout pitcher. Outstanding changeup that Len talked about. And a four-seam fastball he likes to work up into strikes on an extreme fly ball pitcher. It's way more outs in the air than he does on the ground. Fastball about 92 miles an hour with a cutter, occasional curve, but primarily fastball changeup. Sweet dreams.
We're waiting, I believe, on Kurt Suzuki. Ramos, who had caught the first 9 innings, remember, removed for a pinch runner. So Suzuki now finally comes out of the dugout after pinch running.
But with Suzuki behind the plate now, the running game becomes more of a factor. He has really struggled throwing out base runners this year. McDonald's a speedy guy. If he can get on base, normally you would think bunt, but a lot of stolen base attempts. So far, that hasn't worked for the Cubs today. They tried a couple early with Castro. He got caught in the 3rd and the 6th. Force Clippard to get the ball down, get the fastball down below the belt. It's up, gets a lot of swings and misses and pop-ups.
Oh, 1 on McDonald.
I guess that's what you would call a max effort delivery right there. My goodness. They've fallen off hard to the first base side.
There's that invisible that you talked about. 90 miles an hour up in the zone, maybe above it. And McDonald couldn't hit it.
Suzuki's trying to tell him down and away, and Clippard just keeps humping up and throwing it up in the zone. And then Suzuki says, yeah, good pitch, man. Right where I wanted it. It's the dessert tray fastball. Looks so good, but it's not good for you. Runs part of the story with Clippard, though, as a fly ball pitcher. He's allowed 7 long ones in 56 innings. And there's the good change.
It's the first out.
And by good, I mean one of the best you're going to see. He's got an outstanding change of pace. It's a great counter to those high fastballs. Well, it was a tough day for Donnie Murphy before hitting that home run off Strasburg. He had struck out 3 times. It's been a tough go for Castro so far today. 0 for 3, caught stealing twice, bounced into a double play last time up. He's committed an error. Maybe his turn for redemption. Zimmerman tight to the line at third base. Outfielders deep. No doubles.
Swing and a miss. They make it 1-2. And he got him.
No redemption this time.
Carlos Villanueva. A pitch to Rizzo. As you like to say, he was guessing strike. Like he was in swing mode. He was trying to end it right there.
Yep. And, you know, I got no problem with it. He went out of the zone, but, you know, 2 outs, nobody on. Why not cheat on one?
Couldn't hold that time. 0-2. All made on appeal by Mike Winters. I think he did.
Yeah, he did. At first glance, I thought no, but that look, yep. Now you got to be willing to punch the ball the other way. Shorten the stroke.
He did, and hit it foul.
He's going to do that. You know, at times he gets into a rut where, you know, the swing gets long, and you know, Dale's talked about it like he's trying to jack everything. But there are other times he gets in a little bit of rhythm at the plate, and he's willing to, you know, hit the ball hard the other way. Certainly capable. We've seen him do it enough where he can take that 2-strike approach, hit a line drive the other way. Room to operate down the left field line. Nothing wrong with a little 2-out double. Set up the secret weapon.
The kick, the pitch, a pop-up. Rizzo slams his bat down to the turf on his way to first. Zimmerman makes a grab, and we will go to the 11th. It's 4-4. Down 4-0 going into the bottom of the 8th. Brian Bogusevic hit what seemed to be a home run that probably would just be forgotten. And the Cubs scored a run in the 9th. They brought Donnie Murphy up with 2 outs. He hit a 2-run homer off Steven Strasburg. So now we're in the 11th, and it's Carlos Villanueva.
Yeah, great theater. You know, 2 teams that are not independent race, but Yeah, any day at the ballpark, a little drama can break out. And that certainly was the case this afternoon. And great thing about the Murphy home run, it came after he struck out 3 previous at-bats. Strasburg had completely owned him, but he got his revenge. Murphy's Revenge. Good title for a movie.
I think it's Murphy's Law. You got to turn it on its head a little bit. Usually it's bad stuff, but it's been good for the Cubs. Strike to pinch hitter Adam LaRoche.
Travis Wood, the lefty, starting for the Cubs today. LaRoche not in the starting lineup.
One and two.
Those 3 out of 13 against Carlos Villanueva with a double and a home run.
Swing and a miss for the first out.
Big swing, no contact. 1 out on a good breaking ball from Villanueva.
Harper fouls off.
Damon Storn in the Nationals pen.
The 0-1 missed the outside corner. Suspended Milwaukee Brewer Ryan Braun has released a statement basically apologizing and coming clean after a 65-game suspension. Missed again, 2-1. You can find it pretty easily on the internet. Deep drive, center field. Junior Lake has just enough room to make the grab. Harper looks up toward the sky. I think he thought he might have gotten it.
Yeah, I thought he did too. And if he hit that ball last night, it would have left the ballpark. But the Flags have pretty much laid down here this afternoon. Good swing, high drive. Lake able to settle underneath it.
Cubs bullpen had a tough homestand prior to today, but they've had a really good afternoon. Parker an inning and a third, Strope 1, Greg 1. Villanueva now here in the 11th. 2 outs, nobody on.
Been a change of seasons here today. Umbrella needed for the rain early, now protection from the sun.
Deep breath by Carlos. Here's his 2-2. It's full. Zimmerman on deck.
Rendon 0 for today. Sack RBI. He's lined out a couple of times, worked the walk last time. He's had good at bats.
A pop up. Navarro over near the Nationals dugout, and he makes a grab. Nicely done.
Fancy.
There's a little nook over there, and he was able to navigate it and make the catch. Watch out for that stool. A dramatic 2-run homer with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th off Steven Strasburg, who had struck him out in every at bat prior to this blast.
Last couple innings of Strasburg's outings, there was indications that he was fatiguing a little bit. One good curveball be followed by a bad one, and fly open a little bit. He was a little bit vulnerable in those later innings, but it looked like he was going to be able to finish it off until Murphy unloaded it on that breaking ball.
Greg Stammen is on, facing Deanna Navarro, who made that terrific catch over near the other dugout. Bottom 11, 4-4. Here we go. Swing and a miss.
Ready to make a play. That's where Stammen lived last night. Everything was down. Sinker, slider. Last night he preceded Clippard into the ball game. Today he follows Clippard up in 2 contrasting styles. Clippard up in the zone, Stammen down, down, down.
Sherholtz, Lake, and then maybe Donnie Murphy. Pulled foul.
There's Clippard's an extreme fly ball pitcher. Stammen's a ground ball guy. Well, that worked down, but a chance for one into the corner. Well, it wasn't going to get by him fair. He was guarding the line.
Two balls, two strikes. Here it is. Swing and a miss for out number one.
Ball down, his bread and butter.
Mention the wind. There is no wind right now. I don't see one flag moving. Bounce toward the hole, right side. Goes 4-3. Lombardozzi making the play. Two away. It's Junior Lake. He's single ahead of the Murphy home run. Infield hit in the ninth. Swing and a miss. Murphy on deck, two outs. Lake was trying to end it right there.
Good to see Travis Wood get off the hook here this afternoon. Such little run support of late. Tough losses and no decisions this year when he's pitched really well.
The 2-2 on the way. It's low and it's full. Bounce to third, fair, and Lake kind of hesitated. I don't know if he thought it was foul. If he kind of stumbled, wouldn't have mattered. He would have been out anyway. To the 12th, still tied. Here in Chicago, we were supposed to start at 1:20. We began at 3:20 after rain. And we near 7 o'clock, playing the top of the 12th in a 4-4 tie.
Times Square can't shine as bright as you. I swear it's true.
Plain white tees were here for the stretch some time ago. It is the nature of baseball, it seems, that on getaway day you have the rain delays and the extra inning ball games, and sometimes you get a little of both. Always adhered to the philosophy, if you're going to play all day, you might as well win.
Zimmerman, gonna be a tough play. It'll be a hit. Leadoff single here in the 12th.
Now DeJesus, who came in defensively, or came in a switch anyway for Jason Worth. Worth's a good outfielder, so I think it was just a case where Davey Johnson felt he had this game in hand and was going to give Worth a couple innings off and get DeJesus in at bat, some time in the field.
You're probably right.
No knock on David, but Davey Johnson probably right about now wishing he'd kept Worth in the ball game. Bunting? Showing bunt.
Pops up the bunt attempt. It's going to land. The throw will go to first, to second now. You can't get Zimmerman.
Yeah, that'll go down as a successful sacrifice for David. And clearly a bad bunt, and the play was to second base. The ball popped up. Zimmerman had to freeze.
And to kind of prove your point, they almost, and it would have been had to have been a tag to get Zimmerman once Rizzo threw, but the throw almost beat him to the bag, coming from catcher to first. So you're right, catcher to second, they would have gotten it.
It's not an easy play for the catcher coming out because he's finding the ball. He's not sure exactly what's going on with the base runner. If he peeks and tries to find Zimmerman, he might not pick up the baseball. Kind of play where if anybody else had been there to pick up the ball, and Navarro looking out at the field would have been able to let anybody else who picked it up to go to second base.
Not a lot of chances. We're in the 12th inning. Ground ball to short. Zimmerman back to second as Suzuki grounds out. Kick and the pitch to Moore, swung on and missed. 10 hits for the Nationals, 8 for the Cubs. All the runs charged to the starting pitchers in the 3 in the 9th inning. We're off Steven Strasburg. One and two.
Well placed fastball, just off the outside corner, but Navarro was sitting out there. We got the call.
Slide step on the 2-2, swung on and missed, inning over. They waste a leadoff single. Bottom 12, 4-4. Four. Donnie Murphy will lead it off.
Donnie Murphy, or is that Roy Hobbs?
Pitch. Ball one. Stammen went 1-2-3 in the 11th. And want to pitch to him. Surprised he didn't intentionally walk him.
Pick me a winner, Bobby. Good. He's glad that was called a strike. Now he's going to hit a home run.
I don't think Donnie's right now in that mindset of walking, although it would help. High in the air. Harper back to the edge of the track.
Man, did he just miss that?
He did.
Oh, man. 3-1 slide ball, just got under it a little bit. An explosive swing, just didn't quite square it up.
All of a sudden, Bogusevic a triple away from the cycle. Single, homer, double his last 3 at bats.
Stammen got him last night. Sliders down and in.
One. 2 balls and a strike.
We were talking last night how we've gotten used to checking the out-of-town scores and expecting to see home runs from Cabrera and Davis. It's starting to feel that way with Donnie Murphy. Well, he's going to go deep at some point today.
Yep. He has pretty much won every other day since he came up. It's interesting here in extras, and you see this occasionally, but a lot of the approaches, the swings have been try to hit the ball out of the ballpark, and it can create a little bit of an all or nothing situation.
Sometimes these games, you get past that first great scoring opportunity in extra innings, sometimes you end up in a marathon because of that approach. And when the concentration wavers a little bit, guys are tired, especially on a day like today with the long rain delay. These guys have been here at the ballpark a long time, and you're used to the rhythms of the baseball day, getting to the ballpark at a certain time, taking BP, playing the game. Well, we're way beyond what these guys expected when they got to the ballpark today.
Nationals 6 and 8 in extras. Cubs are 7 and 4. Bogusevic fouls. Another 3-2, another foul. He walked him.
Have a day. On base for the 4th time.
Logan Watkins on deck in the pitcher's spot. A check on Bogusevic.
2 in steals this year, 22 steals, caught 7 times in his career. Last year, Brian was 15 out of 19 for the Astros.
Try to turn it here will be tough. And they don't. Barney just beat the relay throw. Here's Watkins.
Bogusevic trying to get a piece of Lombardozzi, but he's able to get the throw off under pressure. Barney hustling down the line is safe and stays alive. Watkins gets the at bat. That leaves Castillo and Ransom on the Cubs bench.
So unless the Cubs win it here, it'll be Michael Bowden in the 13th. Watkins, the rookie, without a home run or an RBI.
No time like the present.
Yeah. Called on August 4th from AAA Iowa. 0 for 5 as a pinch hitter.
Two solid innings for Carlos Villanueva today. Allowed a hit, no runs, 2 strikeouts. 5 1/3 scoreless from the Cubs pen so far.
Still 1-2. Not a very big lead by Barney, trying to inch off of first. Stammen throws over again. Started in Philadelphia, 1-0 Phillies in the bottom of the 3rd, leading the Rockies tonight. Not too far away from the Braves and Cardinals starting up. Charged by Lombardozzi. That's the inning. To the 13th, it's Michael Bowden coming on in a 4-4 deadlock. Fan cam. Cage the elephant, come a little closer. Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds.
31st appearance for Michael, third day in a row here against the Nationals. Last night an inning, a hit, no runs.
Art Span used to leading off. He starts the 13th.
Michael's 6th appearance on the homestand. He has pitched scoreless baseball. In the previous 5.
That's fair. Span will easily make it to second. Best chance for either team. Leadoff double for Span here in the 13th.
Span fans are pumped up. Talk about letting a ball get deep. He just waited and waited and waited and punched that ball down the third base line. Leadoff walk in the 10th, bunted him over, didn't do anything with it. Leadoff single in the 12th, bunted him over. Nothing came of it. Now the leadoff double. Cubs expecting a bunt. There's a well in at first. He would love to make a play on Span at third if they bunt. It's a tough out though with his speed. A tag play. It's got to be done just right.
It's foul. Good choice by Murphy. He would not have had a play, I don't think, on anybody had it been fair. Lombardozzi got down the line quickly.
Yeah, and with his man on second base, the third baseman is taught to stay home as long as possible because you're hoping to be able to make a play there. But just trying to bunt a man over from first to second, and that bunt's popped up like that. Murphy probably was able to make a play on it in the air.
Has to go to first. Close. They got him. 2-4. Span now at third.
Give the Nationals high marks for getting their bunts down. They've yet to cash in, but this is their best chance now. Man on third with one out.
There's Chad Tracy with the infield in. Pitch on the way. It's low.
Well, Nationals 67% of the time are able to get a run home with a runner on third and one out.
2 out of every 3 chances.
9 out of 53 is Tracy as a pinch hitter this year. A lot of at-bats off the bench.
Ball and a strike. The veteran pinch hitter.
Lift that ball and get that low ball in the air.
A strikeout would be nice. It's Harper on deck.
Be able to get him to chase a splitter in the dirt. Got to make sure you block it. The batting average, Michael's been better against lefties. They're hitting .236 against him. Right-handed hitters .258.
The 2-2. Jam shot pop up, foul ground. Navarro just will watch it. With 3 rows back.
Oh, yeah.
Junior Lake fan.
I made the catch, gave the little guy the ball, and making sure to go over and give him a high five and a thank you. Payoff for the long day at the ballpark.
Still 2-2. Runner at third, 1 out, and a tie here in the 13th. The pitch. Little tapper. Span's going to score. And Bowden will have to get the out at first. So the Washington Nationals have grabbed the lead here in the 13th. Tracy benefits. Span as well. The fact that that ball was not hit hard.
Yeah, he made his pitch. He really made a nice pitch with the split finger. You saw right before the pitch, Navarro telling him right here, right down the middle, don't throw this ball off the plate. This is where we want contact. He made his pitch down, got weak contact, but unfortunately for Bowden, it turns into a Nationals run. So they execute. They get the bunt down to advance Span after the leadoff double.
And Drew Storen all of a sudden getting ready quickly in the Nationals pen. He might have been throwing earlier, but he's really cranking it up. They'll have a chance for the save. Remember, he was their closer before they signed Rafael Soriano in the offseason. Some scoreless innings for Craig Stammen. He could get the win. Cubs will have the top of their order coming up. Two and 0. I think they had anybody else up. I think Storen was going to be the pitcher in the bottom of this inning regardless. 3-0 on Harper.
Delete all cookies. Don't assume he's not swinging.
Nice.
On the cookie. Make sure he didn't make a mistake with it. Knowing Harper's makeup, he might try to steal second and third on one pitch.
Rendon waves at strike one.
Such a game of what ifs and near misses. Spans lead off double right down the line.
Harper was running. A fly ball caught by Lake, and the inning comes to an end. The Nationals get the lead again, 5-4. Plays center in the 7th. 1 for 3 with a big leadoff double and the go-ahead run here in the 13th. So now it's Drew Storen, their former closer. He spent some time in the minors this season. Recently brought back up, has not allowed a run in 4 appearances since returning. And he has a chance for the save. Greg Stammen, the pitcher who would get the win for the Nationals if Storen can keep the Cubs off the board. The Cubs have their top of the order, starting with Castro. Called strike.
Perfectly placed fastball, 94 with a little sink on the outside edge.
Well, they came back in the 9th, down 3 against Steven Strasburg. Can they do it again here, down 1 against Drew Storen in the 13th? The 0-1 fouled away.
Four seamers and sinkers, slider and a change. Missed badly, but so badly he didn't get hurt by it.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. I don't think that's where he wanted that slider either.
No, look where the glove is. Look where the pitch ends up.
After a 2-homer game last night, Rizzo with an 0 for today. Actually had 3 hits in the ball game, including, in addition to rather, a walk. But 0 for 5 in this one. The 0-1 on the ground. Backhanded by Lombardozzi. Bad throw, safe at first. That's as routine as it gets. It's an error. Wow.
under it. He's in good shape and just misfires. Rizzo hustling down the line, perhaps forced Lombardozzi to unload a little more quickly than he anticipated.
Pitch to Navarro, misses outside.
Left-handers far better against Storen than right-handers. 5 of the 7 home runs he has allowed have come to left-handed batters. Lefties have a slugging average of better than 600 against him.
That deflects off his glove, and they are going to get a double play. It goes 1-4, 6-3 to end the ball game. So the Cubs, who battled back against Strasburg in the 9th, come up short here in the 13th.
Yeah, the late heroics to tie it, but it all goes for naught as the Nationals ultimately win this marathon day at the ballpark, and kind of a funky way for it to end too, the 1-4-6-3 double play.
So the Cubs finish up a very disappointing 2-8 homestand. Normally you don't look forward to going on the road, but quite honestly, partner, the Cubs have played a lot better away from Wrigley here in the second half for whatever reason.
Their new motto is going to be "There's no place like road," because it's been a tough go at Wrigley here. Last 3-16, something like that, 3-15.
Yeah, 3-16 in their last 19 games here in the friendly confines. So the Cubs off to the West Coast starting tomorrow night. 3 in San Diego, then 3 in Los Angeles. We know how hot the Dodgers are, and it's never easy to win out west anywhere. The Padres banged up. They had a pretty good stretch mid-season, but they will go into that series 57-70 near the bottom of their division.
Right, so if you want to get things turned around, you better get a little something done in San Diego, because in L.A. it looks, I don't know for sure, but it looks like it's going to be Greinke who's been red hot, Kershaw, the best pitcher in the National League, in the first 2 games of that Dodgers series, and then Ricky Nolasco in the finale. So despite the fact that we're making all this noise about the Cubs being better on the road than at home, it's going to be tough, especially the second half of that trip to the West Coast.
Tough day for Starlin Castro. Again, top of the order. Anthony Rizzo went hitless today. Dale said he's not going to mess with success. Successful last night in the 2 spot. We'll see what he decides tomorrow night.
Yeah, and all the focus has been on those 2 guys, understandably so. Rizzo showed life last night, but very frustrating day for both he and Castro today. Well, the good news is Donnie Murphy went deep again. There are some things we can count on. Donnie Murphy with the heroics comes up just a little bit short.
So your final totals for the Nationals: 5 runs on 11 hits. They committed 3 errors, gave the Cubs some opportunities, and they stranded 12 on base. The Nationals went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. For the Cubs, 4 runs on 8 hits, 1 error, 5 stranded. Cubs just 3 at-bats officially with men in scoring position. They went 1 for 3. Winning pitcher is Craig Stammen. 7-5. Michael Bowden takes the loss. Drew Storen picks up his 3rd save of the season. 4 hours, 4 minutes, covering 13 innings. We're back with you at 7 o'clock Central on Saturday. Cubs and Padres. That's a leadoff man, and the first pitch around 7:40. Once again, the final 5-4 Nationals in 13. Cubs baseball in high definition, brought to you by Xfinity. So long, everybody.